Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm very excited to do another office hours because it's the first one of the month. And coincidentally, we have a lot of news today. I don't know if you saw the news, but ChatGPT 5 was released, and I actually got access to it now. I checked on my account, and I have ChatGPT 5, so we can test it out to see if it's much smarter together. Um, and we can do a whole bunch of other things. I have updates on in the cryptocurrency world. There's also big news. But we're going to talk about digital marketing, LLM SEO, and a whole bunch of other things. Like a lot of things to talk about today. But first, I want to welcome everybody into the call. Uh, just to remind you how this works. Hey, Gochi, hi, how are you? Um, you're welcome to post questions in the chat. I don't know who's on the call until you post questions in the chat. And once you post a question, I'll be able to see your questions. But if you're just watching, um, most likely, most people are probably here from Udemy. So if you're in my courses, you're probably working on something, business, digital marketing, professional skills. Uh, this is a great opportunity for us to talk in a much more engaged way than just like writing messages back and forth in the course. Here I'm live. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer, and we can uh, you know segue into whatever topics you want to discuss. And I want to encourage you to not be shy. Post questions in the chat. That's how I see the questions, and I'll monitor the chat throughout the call. Usually, the way these calls work out is at first people are a little bit apprehensive, like, should I post a question? I don't know. And then once we get going in the chat, it becomes pretty friendly because we're all in the same boat here. Everybody's working on something, and we're just trying to better ourselves. So we have that in common. And usually it's a pretty friendly group. I've never had anybody malicious or anything. It's usually very nice. Um, so yeah, that's it. But the most important thing is that this is a chance for you, as either a Udemy student, or if you've been watching my videos on YouTube, also welcome. And now we can chat live. This is the chance for, if you have any questions, entrepreneurship, professional skills, digital marketing, cryptocurrency. Um, Probably I'm forgetting a few topics. This is a great time to discuss these topics. They're very dynamic fields. There's a lot of news in all of them, and we'll try to talk about all of them. So that's the introduction. The first thing I was gonna do, I have a window open with ChatGPT. I was gonna share my screen so we can look at ChatGPT 5. I'm very excited by it. The main problem I have is that the ChatGPT 4 was already so smart that I don't know what questions to ask ChatGPT 5 that I would compare it to ChatGPT 4. But actually, I do. I only have one question. There was one issue in cryptocurrency that ChatGPT 4 was quite behind on. Javier, hello, how are you? Nice to see you here. Um, and yeah, sorry I got disrupted because of the chat. But yeah, so there was one question that I kept trying to figure out with ChatGPT 4, and it was just giving me wrong answers. Wrong, like literally wrong. I was doing the thing it was telling me, and then the error messages that I was getting were like, when I looked up the error messages in non ChatGPT, it was like, hey, this changed 3 years ago, like literally. So it was giving me very outdated suggestions in one specific area. But that's all I have. So if you have any ideas or questions that you want to ask ChatGPT 5, which we're going to test in a few minutes live together, that'll be very exciting. Um, so my question is boring and technical. It might be hard to follow, but it's the only one that I know that ChatGPT 4 was not good in. It was just like outright wrong. Um, Jennifer, hey, how are you? I'm happy that you joined, Jennifer, because I saw your questions over email, and there's like a lot to discuss, and it's going to be much easier to discuss in person. So thanks for joining, and tell me, Jennifer, how long you have so that I know how early to answer your questions. Because I was just going to dive into ChatGPT right away, but maybe we'll wait on it a little bit because I do want people, if people have an idea for what kind of questions to ask ChatGPT 5. We can look at it together because I promise you, my question that I have for it will be boring. Half an hour, something scheduled. Cool. Half an hour. So just let's address your questions first because there's a lot of questions. Um, so just to give everybody else context, maybe Jennifer, you can also type in the add context in the chat about what you're doing, post any links to what you're doing. Actually, if you have links to the course you're working on, post so that actually send me an email because I know you cannot post links in the chat here, but if you send me an email, I'll post for you if you have any URLs or websites that are ready. But Jennifer is working on a unique and interesting, I guess, if I understood correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's an online course, kind of partially inspiring, partially, um, there was kind of a lot to understand. And I don't want to say it incorrectly, but it's kind of humor for healing, um, if I can sum it up. Like authentic laughter for the laughter deprived and people who are maybe depressed, that kind of a thing, which is very cool and unique and I think necessary. Um, yeah, for personal growth. I see your question, Javier. Alex, I noticed Google Analytics is giving me a metric called ChatGPT mentions. Interesting. Um, Javier, I haven't looked into that, but let's look into that on the call. That would be super fascinating. And I think I need to know about this because this is new and really interesting. So let me just make sure I do see your questions. But let me just make sure that we'll get through Jennifer's question and then we'll jump to yours, Javier. So I'm just going to quickly read it. So Jennifer says, I'm a medicinal comedy writing coach, which is super cool and interesting and unique, by the way. It uses stand-up hacks to help neurodivergent consumers have stronger social skills, and it's hybrid group and training. So it's very interesting and unique, which is commendable. I really like that because I think today we see a lot of Me Too business ideas where everybody kind of does the same old thing, which is this is definitely not only it's one of a kind, but it takes a certain. Not everybody could do this, right? It takes a special certain skills. So very creative, which I really appreciate. Um, but because it's creative, it's new, and it's important to kind of think. What are the unique traits of this that we can use to get publicity for this and how to get exposure. What I would do, Jennifer, actually, because Jennifer was asking me, should she get should she do a press release and how to get publicity, that sort of thing, right? Because this is like perfect for publicity because it's so interesting and unique. The problem with and this is kind of taking off from our email exchange with Jennifer. The problem with releasing press releases, a lot of them are very generic, especially the free ones. They kind of get picked up by a lot of almost spam level publications that just repost content without many human editors. And so you're really not having a great chance to land, to have your content, the press release land in any kind of great publication. So what I was thinking in your case, because you have something really unique, is to create like a really tight and unique kind of story that's almost like an image that people can see. And ChatGPT can actually really help with that, especially ChatGPT. So how about, can we do this? This is perfect. This is going to be way more than I just had a kind of a eureka moment. Can we put, do you mind if I take your email that you wrote to me and we give it to ChatGPT 5 and ask ChatGPT 5 to create a perfect pitch that you can pitch podcasts, bloggers, journalists, big ones that you can pitch individually that maybe you'll get rejected like 10 times, 9 times out of 10, but every once in a while, you'll get invited to some gigantic publication and will be featured. And this is not something you can do if like if you had a kind of a Me Too business, like same thing as the next person, as the next person, as the next person. But because of your uniqueness, and there's a lot of things you tap into, like mental health, which is a huge topic now. Everybody's really fascinated by it. Would you mind if I put in? It's going to be public. I'm going to share my screen, or I can do it privately as well, and but it just won't be much of an example if I do it privately. But is it okay if I take your email and put it into that ChatGPT and see? Because ChatGPT 5 got released today, and this will be a great example to try it with because it's so practical. I'll wait for your answer. I won't do it until you confirm that it's okay. Um, but I think we'll be very surprised. And I also have a tool, an outreach tool that I've been working on, that we can actually try on the fly on this call to see if you can use that chat pitch from ChatGPT 5 to plug into that outreach tool, so they can, like, because the outreach tool finds emails of like journalists, bloggers, podcasters, etc., to see if we can pitch them on the call. That would be actually kind of super cool. Um, and Jennifer said, "Okay, sure. Copy your email. Me, sorry, let me read it. Sure, can you email me the pros that is generated because I can't copy. Yeah. So I'm gonna take your emails. I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna take your emails, put it right into ChatGPT, so everybody can see everything I'm doing. Whatever ChatGPT outputs, I'm gonna, of course, put the pitch into our email with thread with you, so that you have it forever. Okay, perfect. This is super cool. I'm actually really excited because if ChatGPT 5 is as good as, like ChatGPT 4 was almost 2 years ago, if you can believe it. I don't know if it's almost, I'm second guessing myself on that because it seems like too long ago, but that's what I read earlier today. Um, but yeah, so they must have made such a tremendous amount of progress. So let me share my screen, and the share screen button on YouTube Live is like so dangerously close to the end stream button. Every call, I almost press the end stream button. So let's do this. I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to grab the explanations and descriptions. So share screen, we're going to grab um, here. This text, there's a lot of text. Okay. We're just going to copy this into ChatGPT, and I have my ChatGPT 5 window right here. It's so exciting. So I'm going to ask ChatGPT 5. Um, I have to give it context first. So um, take the following will be nearly entire emails. Extract relevant information to create a publicity pitch from, and create a publicity pitch to help the entrepreneur writing these emails. Pitch blogger, big bloggers, journalists, influencers, and let's say YouTubers and other social media influencers. And I'm going to just paste that, and I'm going to also paste and this. Paste the other questions that you have here, just so it can have like everything, and hopefully it extracts everything correctly. But and you know what? Also, I'm gonna give it a prompt. Also answer all the questions asked in that email thread, just because I'm going to be pasting you all the answers. So um, it's good to get multiple opinions. So let's see what it comes up with and how. Wow, that was super. Oh no, that was my question. I thought it gave the answer that fast. It still writes the answers out relatively slow. But let's see. Is everybody still with me? Let me quickly check uh, the chat that we have here. Melciades, hey, how are you? Florida. Thank you for taking my courses. I remember your name. Your name is so unique. I remember your name. I don't remember when we talked, but it was a while ago. But yeah, I remember. Welcome. And let me now. ChatGPT is done thinking, so let me come back to ChatGPT and let's read it together. It's really too long. Like, oh God, it's so long. The answer. But okay, let's quickly do it together. Here's how the AI would approach this. It extracted the relevant publicity gold nuggets. Perfect. Turn them into a tight, compelling. Yeah, okay, great. So that influencers will say, I need to interview her. Perfect. Here's the key concepts. I was hoping it would make a pitch. Let's see if there's an actual pitch. There's a draft of. Let's read the pitch first. It's a little long for the pitch because it's a little long. Because let me paste for you the answers for the questions just so that we have it. So I'm going to just paste in the email. Um, here are the answers from. I won't probably read them here just because it might kind of make the call a little slow for other people. But let's read the pitch. I want to really see the pitch, and then we'll work backwards. Um, let's see. Hi, okay. What if the same skills that help a comedian recover from a bomb on stage could help someone survive a personal crisis, save a marriage, or land a dream job? I'm Jennifer Dorothy, comedian, Mayo Clinic trained health coach, and creator of Humor Habits, a course that teaches how authentic laughter can turn setbacks into springboards. I kind of like that, setbacks into springboards. I designed it for neurodivergent audiences and leaders who need more than cliches. They need tools that work when life gets messy. Why your audience will care. I've lived it. Okay, so it has like a personal story. Exposed my landlord's alleged fire, described. Okay, all while living in temporary lockdown style housing. My humor habits framework didn't just help me cope; it saved my life. Now I teach these same humor-based resilience tools to others. Students report improved relationships, stronger mental health. What I would do is feed ChatGPT more specifics because it doesn't know. When it says students report improved relationships, I would like put very fast stories, like two or one case studies of like actual real people and what happened to them, like Jennifer or Joe did this, and you can tell that to AI, and AI will create better examples. Now it just can't because it doesn't have enough information. But this is a pitch you can use. Potential angles for the platform, the science and the art of using. I guess this is for you. I would like ChatGPT to come up with um, email. So I'm gonna paste everything. First, I'm just gonna paste the pitch so that it's clear and it's separated. I mean, you can also ask the AI to create a pitch for you, but email pitch created by. There's some things about this pitch, to be honest. But before I tell you what it is, it's most likely, uh, I'll be wrong, and ChatGPT will be right because it is at this point so smart that is far smarter than I am. Um, oh, it did create subject line ideas. Long, it's too long. Like this one is not even like it's not going to fit. So one thing that I don't like, I'm going to also paste subject line ideas. One thing I don't like is that it is very verbose because if you send an email pitch or a journalist pitch, usually they get so many such pitches that they cannot be stop sharing. They cannot be reading something that takes them like 10 or 15 minutes just to read it. Like you kind of have to get in, get their interest, and then um, hopefully the first pitch just inspires an answer. And once they answer you, you have to be really brief, but also very compelling in your replies. So the approach that ChatGPT used here may be a little much. I am going to guess that is the first day that ChatGPT 5 is available, and I don't know why the answer is so uncharacteristically long of ChatGPT. Like the earlier version, the answers which were much more brief. Maybe they told it to try extra hard to please people. Um, could be. Maybe it will learn that people just aren't going to respond as well to such long answers. I don't know, but it's certainly like wasn't so earth-shatteringly better than ChatGPT 4 in this particular case. What I would recommend is to like if you ever get the paid version, but even if you don't, like the paid version just remembers more of your history. But if you don't even get the paid version, even the free version remembers some things, so you can feed it more information. And if it's too much, you just feed it more in a more organized prompt, and the more context you give it and the more information you give it, it's super relevant for the pitch. um, you might get it to create better work for you, because a lot of times it's not the quality of the AI, it's the prompt we give it. And as you saw here, we had a very ad hoc prompt. Usually you want to give a prompt that creates context for it, um, creates a target audience, which we did in this case because we told it, we want to pitch bloggers and in journalists. But if you gave it more background information and more about how you work and more about your clients, maybe it will produce a better result. Especially, you can ask it a follow-up question to make it shorter and more succinct. So I think that would work. I would be curious if you put a little extra, maybe if you're busy today, if you put a little more time than I had to do, just because I have to run this call, so I couldn't spend too much time on it. But if you could use, and by the way, I think ChatGPT 5 is available for everybody now. They're literally rolling it out today. Like 4 hours ago, I didn't have it. 30 minutes ago before this call, I checked and I had it. So I think you'll have ChatGPT 5, even if you're not a paid user, and try to play around with it to create a couple of pitches that it made for you. And if you'd like me to take a look, send it to me over email. I can take a look. Again, at this point, it's smarter than me, but it did feel like too long. Generally, pitches are just shorter, and it's pretty factual. So maybe I'm not so wrong yet. Maybe I'm not so obsolete. I don't know. It's a day of a whole new set of worries. Like, are we obsolete now? Like ChatGPT 4 was good, but it was kind of like not obsoleting people from all the jobs, but maybe ChatGPT 5 will obsolete more people from their jobs. It's a big concern in the industry. I just published a video about this a couple of days ago about the future of AI and work, and is AI going to automate everybody's job? And we can talk about it. But this might not have been super helpful just yet. But Jennifer, I want to show you, since you're on the call, I want to show you this tool that I've been building, and we can actually. I don't know if I've talked about it on the previous calls that you joined, but I also want to show you. Like, look at this. I'm going to share my screen, and it's a tool that I made with a different AI, with Replit. Share my screen and show you this tool. This is the tool. It's BreezySend.com. If I go to the homepage, it's basically automate your business outreach, which is exactly what you're trying to do, because you're trying to outreach to like bloggers and journalists. This tool is primarily for reaching out to small business owners, or like things like that, mom and pop shops, like local small businesses. But actually, there is a feature to reach out to bloggers and journalists and influencers, because that's also a popular thing. So this is the inside of the tool. So when you sign up, you can configure your email, like basically setting emailing from Gmail or emailing from something like SendGrid. So you can set up your from email, right? Like that's the first part. Is it going to be from your personal email or professional email? But once you get that part done, what you can do is you can find businesses to reach out. So this uses different APIs. But let's say instead of local business, you want to search an online business and a bloggers, right? Bloggers. And if you want to like, let's say mental health. I've never searched this before, obviously. Mental health. Maybe we want to find 50 results or up to 50. And you basically just look them up. It's going to take about maybe 10 or 20 seconds. I don't know. This search doesn't function super well yet because I've mostly been focusing on the local business search, which is working really well at this point. But you see, it found 46 businesses in this field with their emails. You see, like contact at this place. So you get their email addresses. And then what you can do is, like, you can select all of them and then have a AI actually here will write. I have to like do a few more things, but there's I'm kind of going through this slowly, but um, like you can see, create a new template, and this template, when you create it, um, it will also use ChatGPT. So actually, this template builder connects to ChatGPT. Also, it will use ChatGPT 5, and then from once you build a template, it's a long form because you have to teach the AI like about what you do so that it creates a good template. You can send out that template with your pitch to all of these businesses because like this is kind of step 4 out of 6. And by step 6, let me show you. This is another version of this. I'm also on this step. So basically, by step 6 of filling out this form, you can send it. So in a very, very short time, you can pitch a whole bunch of bloggers. And then once you're done with the bloggers, you can pitch YouTubers and so on. And when you're done with the mental health topic, you can choose like depression or different keywords, so you can find different businesses, different niches. So that's actually something you can do if you'd like to. This tool is like in super early beta. Like I'm like just making it live for a few select people. It's not free, but I'm making it like really discounted because people are, it's kind of early. You might encounter some bugs. It takes a little patience. But if you like to use it and actually try to create a pitch and send it out all on the same day, that could be super feasible and it would be interesting to try. Do you have a website yet? I forgot if you mentioned it or I didn't notice, or I think I actually did notice. Let me quickly go back to see if it's in your emails that you wrote. I see the YouTube stuff and there's a LinkedIn and there is the URLs you sent are from someone else. But you can create your website today in 1 hour with AI as well. So it's not a big deal. It's just to have a website you kind of need. Javier, I see your question, but let me get to it in a second. What was it? What was I saying 5 seconds ago? That it's super easy to create a website in like 1 hour. So all of this can be like in one day. You can create your website using AI. I have a course on this. You might have bought it because I've been like sending that as a promotion recently. If you don't have it, I can just give you a shortened tutorial. Like it's easy. That part is super easy. Not to worry about it. Create a website. Post on the website. You'll have AI create a landing page for you. Then you'll have the AI create your pitch, and then in the same day you can have AI Jennifer create your send out all these things, and hopefully in the same day, not something I can promise, but it will create the possibility that some of the journalists will reply. That would be super cool. I think in theory it's easier than in practice. In practice there'll be like 2 steps forward, 1 step back sort of a thing. but would be cool to try if you'd like. I know you have to run in like a little bit of time, but let's see if we can make it work. The reason the only thing I'll tell you guys, the reason I built that tool is it's like $49.99 a month, which is not a tremendous amount. I didn't build it to get paid in dollars. I actually built it so I can charge for it in cryptocurrency, because I launched my own cryptocurrency that I'm trying to get activity for. And so I'm trying to get people to pay me in that cryptocurrency. So if you can oblige me or humor me or whatever in that, I'm happy to offer all sorts of discounts and whatever, far cheaper than you would get if you were paying dollars. And I'll explain it over email as well. I'll post my Javier, by the way, if you're interested in that tool. I don't know if it's as good for links, but it could be, because you're pitching bloggers, right? So it's actually could be very helpful. Um, so let me post my email here. If anybody wants to use that tool, um, I'll post my email. Let me just see if it's correct. And just email me and let me know that you would like to use it. You can sell things to. The idea for this tool was that the AI can take over your inbox. So when you pitch somebody selling something or pitching an influencer or a blogger, and if they reply, the idea was that ChatGPT was going to take over your inbox and reply until it made the sale. I just haven't built that part of the tool yet, that feature, because that feature to have AI take over your inbox requires a ton of permissions from Google, from Gmail. So Gmail representatives are like literally currently checking out this business, even though they're slow. And another email provider, they're also getting set up with them so that I can enable that email takeover, inbox takeover, because sometimes if you're not sure, if you never have done blogger outreach, you don't know what to say, or if you've never done a lot of sales, or Javier, if you like don't want to write and reply to all the people, you can just have AI, because it's an agent kind of a software that just does work on your behalf when you're not even there. So in a week or two or three, hopefully, I was planning for it to be available sooner, but it just requires like external permissions I'm depending on, because it's so feature rich and the features are so cool to have AI take over your inbox. It's a little bit very new. So anyway, I'm just waiting for those permissions from Google and also from SendGrid, and then the AI will be able to take over your inbox and just sell on your behalf. But before that's available, the outreach feature is already available, so you'll just have to reply on your own, which is fine. That's actually what people used to do back in the day in 2022, like so long ago, the good old days. um the whatever. So yeah, if Jennifer, I'll follow up with you, and Javier, if you want to email me, you could. The good thing is, if you work with me and if you end up getting this tool, I can adjust the features for your needs, because I have a small set of beta users now, and uh, whatever features people are saying they need, or if something is not working, I'm able to prioritize that. So if maybe the blogger outreach is, if the blogger outreach maybe is only limited in its capability today, in like a day or two, it can be more robust. So that's very possible. If if we end up kind of working through this beta. Um, I don't know if it works with Microsoft 365. Right now, I'm working with three things. Uh, so it can take over your Gmail, but it's going to use your personal address, which some people find unprofessional, but it's actually sincere. Like, it's kind of also transparent. So in some cases, for some businesses, it's actually okay to use your personal address if you're an individual. Um, it's better than hiding behind a brand at times. But if you want a professional brand, the Google Workspace offers like professional branding, so you can have a custom domain you send from. That's also something I'm working on. And then there's the SendGrid, which is like the professional email service that big companies use to send like a gajillion emails. So I'm also working with them to enable like mass emailing, and they really are really good at getting your emails to not end up in spam folders, and a bunch of other like deliverability features that they have. Regarding the Microsoft 365, so I think if you provide your Microsoft 365 email, you can email from it, but I don't know that you'll be able to get the AI to handle the replies on your behalf. So that's going to be the difference. But this is generally made for Gmail and send and like custom uh, emails via SendGrid. And I figured just because this early version, like just about everybody has a Gmail, or if they don't, it's like easy to make. So I thought, okay, fine, I'll just stay with Gmail. Um, so that's the answer to your question. I can build it. I can add the ability for Microsoft 365 because I didn't honestly think about it, but now that you told me about it, the Hotmail and all the Microsoft related services and domains, it's in pretty heavy use. It's a very popular email service, so it's actually a good idea for me to add. So that's an example of like, okay, if you need that, I can build it. So we can work with it. I can't build everything because at times people will ask me for conflicting features or features that don't make sense. One person will say, I want this button here, and the other person will say, delete that button. And so, okay, I can't satisfy every request, but I do promise to be very, very attentive, because it's really important if you're using this tool, especially if people are paying for it, that people actually have not just a good time, but actually successful outreach, and their time and money is paid back manifold. So that's really important for me, just because on an ethical level. So let me quickly catch up with the chat, because the chat has been scrolling and I've been behind reading it. Oh yeah, it's perfect. So if you want to send the emails, that's perfect. So we can figure out how to make it work for you. Um, I understand. Okay, I see why. Um, so does anybody have any questions? Or so far we have a few people active in the chat, and there's more people watching and listening than there are people active in the chat. So I do want to encourage you to take the chance to chime in, introduce yourself in the chat. It's a friendly group. It's all about being helpful. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Even if you're early, we've all of us at everything have been on day one and confused. And even if you're struggling to formulate your question, it's fine. We'll help you as a group. And if you're really struggling to formulate your question, we'll put your question into ChatGPT 5. So that's the thing. So what experiment I did want to run, and I wanted to ask ChatGPT 5 another question, specifically because I know the answer that ChatGPT 4 gave, and that was wrong. Let me do that example, and it will only maybe take me a couple of minutes, and then I'll come back and I'll monitor the chat to see if any people have any questions. Okay, cool, Jennifer. Thanks for jumping on the call, and we'll continue over email. Okay, so let me quickly share my screen and ask ChatGPT a question. So let me give you a background for this question. I'm going to share my screen and give you this whole background of everything. I have so many tabs open. I lost my screen. There it is. Share screen. I got a question. You know what? This is a good chance for me to ask how to pronounce your name, because I always wondered how to pronounce your name, but I didn't know. If I say Mercedes, it reads almost like Mercedes, but it's not. It's Mercedes. Is that correct? Is that correct pronunciation? Am I doing okay? I have ChatGPT Pro, but still don't have ChatGPT 5. They say they're rolling it out today to everybody. I had to refresh. but maybe in a day or two you'll get it. And they say that they're giving it to free users as well. But especially if you have Pro, then you should get it. But let me share my screen. So just to give you context, so I launched in June my own cryptocurrency token. It's based on the Solana blockchain, which is a technical detail that will come, that will resurface. I see the chat, and so there was something that I'll show you the token. It's been doing actually really well. I'll show you the chart. It's actually an all-time high. Where is the chart? So this is the chart. It's kind of, see, July is here. It was launched in June, and today it's a lot of green, right? A lot of green. People are buying, but today was an all-time high, 0.0014, almost 9, wherever, right? Now it's like, here's the price, 0.001494, all-time high today. So it's a Solana-based token. If does anybody use cryptocurrency on this call, raise your hand or say, yes, I do. By the way, it's still a good time to, I'm kind of still inviting early investors into this thing. So if you're interested, this is a good time because it's still very, very, very cheap. But it launched at just under a penny, as you can see. Sorry, just under a tenth of a penny, just under a tenth of a penny. And since then, it's 50% up. So not high flying, but consistently going up. And I created also this week a really cool Discord server for it. And there's some chat going on here. So you can also join. I'll post the Discord server. It's a nice, fun chat of people geeking out. Invite people. So I'll post this copy. I'll post that in the chat. If you're curious to learn more, you're welcome to join here. I'm posting that in the chat. So, but the reason I'm giving all this context is because I made one technical error in launching this cryptocurrency, and that is, you see how like other cryptocurrencies, these are meme coins, so there's stupid cryptocurrencies. But for example, this one has a nice picture, some text about it, but this, I clicked it. Very, like, this is like day one from that Kermit cryptocurrency. It's kind of a meme coin launch that's getting advertised. In any case, this is back to mine. So if you're wondering why the meme coins sound so stupid, we can talk about it. We'll take a chance to talk about that. But I made a technical error in mine, that I don't have such a beautiful imagery, or my little blurb doesn't appear as handily. So it's a little miracle that I was able to grow even without those things. But this week I'm trying to get what that stuff is called metadata. And so my metadata didn't actually get registered on the blockchain. And so even though I had growth, it was slower than it could have been. So that's the long, like, sort of preamble. So what I want to ask ChatGPT 5 is, how can I what are the steps? Are the steps to get a Solana based token? Actually, it knows about SPRK. So I'll just tell SPRK is the name of my token. So I'll just tell SPRK because it knows a lot of background information about my SPRK token. So I'll ask, what are the steps to get my Solana to have its metadata register on the blockchain? And I'll be able to glance at this and tell you if it's actually correct now, because ChatGPT 4 was sending me in all sorts of like wrong directions. It's almost like a bureaucracy, like they didn't know the right answer. So it's like, call this service, and that service would be like, we don't have the right answer. Call this third-party service. I call that third-party service, like, no, that's not us. Go back to where you came from, and those people are like, no, that's not us either. It created a JSON file for me, some notes on the option one is MetaBoss CLI. This is actually a better answer than ChatGPT 4 gave me. because ChatGPT 4 misled me and gave me 3-year-old information. Here, the information is up to date. Then it gave me the command line to actually do the command line, like, in Linux, which is great. It's a command line tool to work with metadata, then update the URI. Okay. Update name symbol. Okay. So it gave me all the steps, and it did. Um, the one thing is that this model, it looks like it knows a lot less about the questions I asked than before. So maybe model 4 and model 5, they don't like inherit from each other as much. I don't know. But certainly the things that ChatGPT 4 knew about this token, ChatGPT 5 doesn't know. And so it's kind of starting over. But the great news is that it doesn't give me the wrong directions like ChatGPT 4 gave me, which is really timely because I still haven't fixed that problem. So I'm really excited to try to fix it tomorrow. That might be like great timing from AI. Like, I'm like, great, amazing. Because I tried so many AIs. I tried ChatGPT, I tried Perplexity, and they were all wrong in their own way. Even though Perplexity is supposed to know a little bit more about what's currently happening on the web, still Perplexity wasn't as helpful. How is everybody doing? I'm still looking for, if anybody has questions. I know I yapped for a while and I kind of went on my own tangent, but you know what? I'll drink some water, and if anyone has questions, I'll create awkward silence, and in this awkward silence, feel welcome to post anything. If you want to know about anything, Javier, if you want to know, tell me what kind of a website are you building links for, and maybe if you want to email me, I'll post my email and I'll post your website. If you email me, we can come up with a better strategy, because link building is good, but it's kind of fading out as a prioritized SEO strategy. It's maybe like still prioritized but lower. It's not the highest priority thing, but people still talk about it a lot. Probably, like in large part due to a lot of people are still trying to sell link building services, and so this strategy is getting hype still. But I don't know if it's better. If we were talking 7 years ago, 5 years ago, I would say, yeah, for sure, link building, go for it. It's amazing. Here are the strategies today. I'm like, well, I don't know, not the certainly not the traditional link building. You still want to do what they talk about Google Eat, which I always forget what it stands for. At least one of those words I forget. But E, expertise; A, authority; T, trust. And so you want Google to know, okay, you have expertise, authority on a subject matter, and Google has to trust you from your previous content and your previous authority that you've built up. And then that has kind of replaced link building. And the way you get this Google Eat is by getting a lot of publicity and mentions by publications, which is kind of like the publicity that Jennifer, it's the same kind of publicity that we were talking about with Jennifer, because that's what works. It works to get AIs to recommend you. It's good for LLM SEO. It's good for traditional SEO. And it's actually good for traffic as well and branding. So, but it's really hard to get. It's really hard because actual real people have to be like, hey, this person is noteworthy to get publicity, as opposed to in the past, you were able to kind of finagle backlinks and all this kind of stuff. And a lot of people have spam level strategies of like, I'll post links in the comments, which doesn't work, but they say it works. And, maybe it works a minute amount, but not enough. So today, the SEO strategy really has to evolve, or you may end up spinning your wheels for a couple of months and be like, hey, I'm not ranking. What's going on? I'm not ranking. But it's because the strategy is just outdated. And if Google gives us so many AI tools and we have it available for us, you can bet that internally they have double or triple the AI tools. So they know when you fake the link, when you aren't as authoritative as you'd want them to think you are. So they can detect this kind of stuff so quickly. You can't fake it, right? So you got to get that real publicity, which when other people talk about you online and feature you, that's so much stronger than if you say about yourself, hey, I'm amazing. You could say you're amazing, and it goes a part of the way, it does help, but it doesn't complete the all the work that you need to do, because all the work you need to do involves um, getting others to mention you favorably. So today also there was another piece of news, and oh, sorry, I was gonna post my email, my Gmail, um, but I forgot because I was yapping. Here's my Gmail. If Javier, if you want to, or anybody else, if you want me to look at your website, if you want me to look at the SEO you've been doing, I can look at it. We can look at it even together on the call by sharing screen, and I can give you immediate feedback. This is a good chance to take advantage of that. And I'll segue to something I wanted to talk about, but if I see any questions, I'll just jump to the questions, because the next topic I was going to talk about isn't that exciting for most people. It's today there was a big news in the cryptocurrency space with Ripple, the creators of XRP, buying a company which creates a stable coin. If I'm talking Greek right now, I can explain. So, a stable coin is a really interesting and unique kind of a cryptocurrency that is a stable. Cryptocurrencies, they fluctuate. Bitcoin can fluctuate up to 40% up and down. Meme coins can fluctuate hundreds of percent intraday. It's not viable to invest in for the long term sometimes, because many people just have a lower risk tolerance, and you can't pay with meme coins because one day it's a penny, next day it's 5 cents, next day it's worth nothing. So there's also that. So these don't represent stable currencies, right? You need stability in your currency. So there's a certain cryptocurrency which provides that stability and is always pegged to the dollar, 1 to 1, which is stable coins. There's different stable coins. You might have heard of USDC, USDT. PayPal has a stable coin that they released recently, PYUSD. I think that's what it's called. I always, when I skim, I always read it like P, like peeing, like, because their acronym is just PY. So I'm always kind of like get a little chuckle from it to myself. I'm like, why did they name it so poorly? But anyway, so Ripple, which is the future of enterprise level payments to replace banks, and they're like a really big, they're top 5 or top 6 cryptocurrency. So it's like a Bitcoin, ETH, Ethereum. I forgot the third one. It might be XRP. Then the next one is Solana. Then something else. But it's kind of like in that conversation, and they bought a stablecoin company, but specifically to onboard enterprise clients, which is interesting. I didn't think they needed that. So that kind of really made news in the cryptocurrency world today. I thought that, so there's two benefits of the stable coin. One is the price stability. Just, it's always 1 to 1. If you want to get into cryptocurrency, the most basic way is to buy a stable coin. It's not for investing because it's always 1 to 1 with the dollar, but it's easier to jump to buying, or it's easy to swap it for another cryptocurrency than often dollars, and it's easy to send it on exchanges, crypto wallets, etc. So it's an onboarding step is to get a stable coin. It's not a necessary step, but many people find it um, easy and easy to understand, because it counts like $1, one stable coin. And so if you've been thinking in dollars or in other fiat currency your whole life, it's totally easy to understand these, as opposed to the cryptocurrency. So it's an onboarding tool, and it's also a stability tool. Not for investment, because it's never going to go up. It's going to go down in value, right? The dollar goes down in value, so does so do the stable coins. The stable coins um, are good if you think the crypto market will go down. You hold stable coins, and when the crypto market goes down, you swap your stable coins into whatever cryptocurrency you want to invest in, and then the investment becomes the cryptocurrency, which has a chance to go up many folds from where the dollar is today. But that's a long preamble. But for a long time, I didn't think Ripple or XRP needed an enterprise corporate level onboarding of such kind, because it just doesn't seem like a use case for it. But anyway, Ripple bought it, so now everybody's wondering like, why did they buy it? It's, at least to me, it was an unexpected move. I don't know if anybody cares about it, because people, half of the people are like, "What are you talking about? What is, a lot of people have never bought cryptocurrency, or if they did, they're like, what is this stable coin? You're talking Greek XRP." Um, but it's an exciting space now, because uh, for many reasons, political, but also just it's hitting a level of growth. Especially Bitcoin is very interesting. I'm very interested in Bitcoin now, because um, there's a scarcity to it. There's only going to be 21 million ever created, and after that, if you hold even a little bit of Bitcoin, it's going to go up a lot, because all the countries have to buy Bitcoin eventually. All the institutions who want to show, hey, I have a highly appreciating asset, will have to show Bitcoin on their books. And so the level of scarcity will, I think, and it's what I'm betting on, make the price of Bitcoin shoot up, because there's just not enough of it to go around. Literally only 21 million. It's not even enough for everybody. But then there's enough institutions and all this. So I think the scarcity play here is very compelling. And so Bitcoin is interesting for that reason. Um, but the XRP had the interesting, big news today. So that's that universe. If you want to take a little detour in the weird cryptocurrency space, I don't know if anybody does, but let's try it. Let's try it together. We're going to look at some meme coins. Meme coins are totally, um, let's back up and give some context. Like, there's what is the purpose of a lot of these cryptocurrencies? They all serve a different purpose. Like Bitcoin, it's a kind of a digital gold, scarcity play. Okay, we talked about it. Ethereum, that's kind of like for build, that cryptocurrency enables you to build things, and enables you to build in business logic, meaning you can create applications with it, and then sell them or make people use those applications. But it's primarily for the enterprise world. Then Solana, you can build things with Solana, but it's primarily for the consumer world. So like little smaller applications you can build with it. That's a distinction. XRP, that's enterprise payments. So all of these have like a kind of a use. And one of the uses in Solana is you can build little tokens on top of it. Just like I built my own token, the SPRK Spark token. So anybody can build a token on top of it. Of course, it's hard to grow it. And the idea is that you can have different tokens have different uses. There's utility tokens, which have like real world use, which is my token. It's not a meme coin. My has a real world use. Like I have a niche, I have a use case. We can talk about it. But other types of smaller cryptocurrencies you can build Solana are community coins, where it's community based. I don't dabble in that too much, but the very popular is meme coins. The other kind of popular type is meme coins. Why are meme coins so popular? Is that they are usually launched at a price of like 0.00001 cent, and if it goes to 0.00, like just doubles, or it can, the price can fluctuate hundreds of percent, not just intraday but intra-hour. It's highly risky, but it's an interesting bet to make, because there's hardly other similar assets that go up and down with that velocity, right? There's certainly things that go down that fast. Like if you bought a horrible stock, yeah, it will go down that fast, but it won't go up. So that's why the meme coins are so interesting. So what I've been exploring is, and it takes very little buying power to make a meme coin go up. So let me share with you a cool website, Dex Screener, where you can actually monitor which meme coins are going up and how. So let me share a screen. This is just for fun, but it's interesting. Like, if you have like money that you want to just invest in ultra, 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 extra, ultra risky things, this is interesting. Um, Don, hey, yes, it really does, Don. It really does remind of penny stocks. I never dabbled in penny stocks, um, but they also didn't have that much potential. They could have doubled, but they usually didn't. Usually they didn't. It's like largely kind of I think it's back in the day, like 80s and 90s era. Um, but here, it's kind of like penny stocks were also. Um, the problem was there was a lot of scams around them, and it's very similar to scams around meme coins. Um, we can actually look at some and we can talk through it, and how to recognize if you're like at risk of some scam. But the reason people launch these, let me share my screen and we can actually take a look. So let me share screen. Um, so here I am on Dex Screener. This is so I have my token is trading in two pairs. You can trade it Solana to SPRK, which I launched very recently. As you can see, this is the 5th of July, and it's the same price basically. They mimic each other in price as this is the USDC slash. This is the one that's the more stable growth. But moving forward, they're going to be growing the same. It's just this one is only like a few days showing of this one. So that's why the chart looks so different. This one looks amplified, but it's the same thing. Just you can buy it with USDC or you can buy it with Solana. So anyway, we're not here for this. If you look at across, if you look at across, see this like lightning sign in 500, this bark coin, or this actually, the bigger the number, the better for us here. This troll boss, if you click on it, it means they're paying to advertise a lot. And it looks like they went up 800%. So let's see. It's a token that just got launched. You see it launched today. It's really hard to tell the launch price, but it's here at like 0.00, a thousandth of a dollar, right? So a hundredth of a penny. And now it's went up times 7 because it's now that number. It launched at like 1, and now it's that number 7. So it's 7x within a couple hours. Seems like not here. And then launched at 4, and now it's about, let's say 20. So 16 hours. In 16 hours, it went up by 7 times. So 700% in 16 hours. Most likely what's going to happen is they will stop running the ads in 24 hours or something like that. It's like usually people on the side buy ads for like 24 hours, but sometimes in shorter increments. I'm not totally sure on different ads packages, but 24 hours, right? So this still has kind of like about 8 hours to run. And if you buy here and it goes a little higher, you sell. Okay, it's a good profit. If they run this ad for another 24 hours, it will go up more because it's on all these charts. You see, there's all these like gainers and losers, and it will start climbing. So this is called troll boss. I don't see it in the, let's see, the gainers. I don't see it here yet, but as soon as it starts climbing charts, maybe I'm just missing it. I don't know. Not sure. But usually it climbs up this chart, and then once it starts climbing up these charts, more people find it and more people jump. So, oh, that's how it is. Okay. So on Solana. Okay, so that's an example, right? So but also the opposite can happen. What might happen is the creator of a token has to provide what's called liquidity. Like if you're trading stocks, there's a third-party company. If you want to sell your shares, they'll always buy it for you, right? They're the liquidity providers. Here, the creator of the token has to provide liquidity, and they can pull the liquidity out any moment. So if they pull the liquidity out, this will go to zero, and people who invested will just lose everything. This kind of a common scam. That's why you don't want to invest, or I should say, it's wildly risky to invest in a completely new token, because they just launched it. When they launch things, a lot of the purchases you can see are by bot traffic, not humans. Some of it is human, some of it is like automated traffic. But as soon as like all that ends, the price might crater and you might never recoup your money. So it's super, super um, risky. I don't know if it's just me or did they go higher? Oh no, here the price is here. It's 0.0006, but this chart reaches until 0.0013. So almost that way. Wow. So it's super risky space, but also exciting. Like you can kind of look at different ones. I think Barcoin also just launched the boss one. I think also just launched really good launch here. But again, if it's so early, um, and you can see that they're advertising because this symbol and the big number, it kind of like means that they're paying for a lot of ads. For visibility, and obviously that visibility is getting them buyers, but a lot of these buyers will sell also, so you might just lose money. If you don't know exactly what's behind a token, it's hard to buy because it's hard to know. But let me share my screen, and then we'll come back to the chat and see if everybody's still following along and how things are going and how people are doing. But this is the world of meme coins. It is wildly volatile, which if you want a risky, ultra risky asset to invest in, where you can have insane fluctuations and you're not afraid, your risk tolerance is either incredibly high or you just have some amount of money allocated to try an experiment with like wildly risky investments, it could be a cool option. I'm personally monitoring this site. I'm thinking to play around with it, but I'm monitoring. One thing that I will do, it's something cool, is like I showed earlier, my Discord server for my SPRK token. Whenever I do run an ad, I will tell people in it ahead of time so they can buy more, or they can buy it, because then you get in at the lowest price and all the people who buy it while the ad is running drive the price up, and then I'll be able to tell people in my Discord server when I stop the ads so they can know when to sell. It's something called insider trading. It's not legal in the stock world, but it's totally acceptable and normal and legal in the meme coin world. So if you'd like to actually it's free to join the Discord. Um, I'll paste the link. I posted a link before, but I'll paste the link to my Discord again. And I will start in a couple of days, because you saw, if you've been on this call for a while, you saw that I got the correct answer from ChatGPT 5, about how to upload my metadata. So I'll get walked through that step of the process pretty quickly, I hope in a day or two. And once the metadata is up, I'll be ready to advertise my token. And there's a lot of less risk with my token because I'll, me, whereas the other meme coins just don't know anything about the creators. Okay, so let me post the link to join the Discord server. Everybody's welcome. If you're in my Udemy classes, or you're subscribing to my YouTube channel, you're welcome. Of course, now I'm looking for activity on this SPRK token. I'll tell you, for people who are new, I'll tell you a little bit about it. Let me share my screen again, and I'll show you the website. I'm very excited about it. Let me share a website. Share screen. This is the website for the SPRK token. You see, it's the first cryptocurrency designed to fund creative projects, meaning, artists, music, book, anything like that, but also entrepreneurs. So if you have an online business idea, this is for you. So you can actually post your project here, and let's, there's a form for posting your project. Here's a tutorial for how to post it, and the little form, and then you enter your cryptocurrency URL, your cryptocurrency address, and then people can actually donate to your project, similar to Kickstarter, but with cryptocurrency. And Kickstarter takes 5% of the money you get donated. Here, it doesn't take any money that you get donated. Cryptocurrency just allows for a lot more flexibility financially. There's a lot of advantages, but essentially this is the website. And so I'm trying to get use for that activity on the cryptocurrency, so that people also start using the website, et cetera, et cetera. It becomes a viable project. So that's that Spark token. It's a real thing. It's not like some silly meme coin. It's not meant to, to have a 24-hour life cycle. It's meant, I'm working on it in a way that in 5 years, I'm hoping to still be working on it. In 10 years, I'm hoping to still have, it can be like a big thing. So that's that's actually my goal for it. So if anybody is curious to invest, I'll post a link about it. Let me find it on YouTube. And the link I'll post has like a lot more investor information, price projections, what you could expect, all those sorts of things. Let me quickly find you that link in case people are curious. So here's I did a calculation with ChatGPT for price projection. It's interesting. I'll post it in our chat. And it doesn't come from me, just comes from ChatGPT. And then the other thing is the full walkthrough. It's a little bit of a longer video, but it has a ton of details. So if you're wondering, what is this all about? I'm new. That video would be perfect for you. Let's see. How's everyone on the call doing? I sometimes go on these tangents and then I realize, oh, it's been a while since I've been quiet. I'm looking at my agenda that I made for today's call. We've covered a lot of things. ChatGPT, I'm really glad it's definitely better than ChatGPT 4. We talked about the AI agents. We talked about a little bit about LLM SEO, publicity. I actually covered quite a few topics. I'll drink a little water just so I can clear my throat. I feel like a little raspy now. By an hour or so into the call, my voice gets a little bit like, it's not even pleasant to listen to. Let me fix it with water, hopefully. The other thing I was going to make, and I was hoping to start in like a week or two. Got a question. Dan, still here, interesting stuff, quite a bit over my head. Yeah, you know what? It's the meme coin stuff is very optional, but and I admit that overall cryptocurrency, like pound for pound, nobody in their right mind would choose to learn it. It's such a boring field, and every concept feels like it's just such a, like the learning curve is so long, and it's just so not interesting, and it's like blah. It's so blah. But what really drove me to cryptocurrency, and kind of sold me, is not so much like, I did buy Bitcoin. I wouldn't say it's early, but like, like I started buying at around 3,000, right? So, but I feel like it's late. Like people who were earlier, like, when it was under 100, that's cool. But that's not even what really got me interested in cryptocurrency. What was a There was a byproduct of me learning about how money really works after I learned cryptocurrency, and the discrepancy between cryptocurrency and like fiat, dollars, fiat currency. Because if you use fiat dollars, there's so many people have like, we don't think about inflation. We don't, it kind of passes our mind, but we don't deeply think about it. But I did a calculation with ChatGPT to measure real inflation, not the inflation that the government reports, because it's a manipulated metric. Because the government wants people to think that everything is great, so they say they aim and achieve around a 3% inflation rate. But the metric they use for it, the way to measure it, is just a very outdated, horrible way that's easy for them to manipulate. So they use the consumer price index, for example. They compare prices of different things, but things change. Like 40 years ago, there was a VCRs. Now it's different technology. So they're really comparing like apples to oranges year over year and saying, hey, we're um, great inflation numbers, but like it's highly manipulated. So I went through with ChatGPT through all the ways that the government manipulates that inflation data, and the real inflation data, according to ChatGPT, was around just over 5% on the US dollar. But on other on other fiat currencies, it's much worse. But then if you take in all the taxes, in America, there's like federal tax, state tax, but then there's like sales tax whenever you're buying anything. If you die, for your children to get things, you might incur a death tax, like the inheritance is taxed. And and there's like hidden fees. Like if you're buying anything, the credit card company charges 5% to the vendor, and the vendor passes that cost to you as the consumer. There's a million hidden costs, and by the time, if you made $1, but by the time everything is like over with, if you're holding 40 or 30 cents worth of value in a year, like it's pretty good, but it's actually horrible. And so cryptocurrencies offer all these advantages. Like there's minimal transaction fees. A lot of times, uh, the transaction fees and payments occur in such a way that it's not, taxable and whatever, which is a whole different conversation, but it's a thing. There's no, you know, sending money fees, like credit cards. There's no inflation, and many actually cryptocurrencies are deflationary. Like for example, the way I structured my SPRK token is to be deflationary, meaning if you hold for a year, uh, you will end up with more, even if the price doesn't go up, because cryptocurrency have a certain thing called airdrops, and they have a certain thing called staking. Airdrops is like kind of think of it as a stock dividend. So I have a whole reserve specifically for investors to reward investors with airdrops. That with stock market, you know exactly when the airdrops come. Uh, Not airdrops. It's stock market. It's dividends. But in cryptocurrency, the, the holders don't know. Otherwise, they would just buy on the day before, sell on the day after. So you have to, it incentivizes holding. Whereas in the stock market world, you don't have to, for some technical reasons, you don't have to incentivize holding, whatever. Don't want to get into it. But then there's also staking. Staking is like a bank CD, but the bank CD has a huge problem. It's like if you get a 4% bank CD, but the inflation is 5%, you're losing money. But where you get, if you stake with cryptocurrency, you still get 4% or so, but you're still holding an appreciating asset, because cryptocurrency is measured in dollars, which is a depreciating asset. So as the dollars go down, all things being equal, the cryptocurrencies go up. This is a big reason why Bitcoin tends to go up, because it's measured in dollars. And other assets tend to go up because they're measured in dollars. In any case, so that's all that goes to make the point of, like, once I started getting into this and go deeper and deeper and deeper, and still learning, obviously, like every day I'm trying to learn a little bit more about it. There's such insane advantages when it comes to managing your personal finance. They're not incremental, they're just like orders of magnitude different. That it became a very compelling argument in my own mind. And I don't have, I'm not one of these people who are like crazy about cryptocurrency or hate the government or whatever conspiracy theory this, or, I'm not like that. It's just, it was just a logical, reasonable argument in my own mind that accumulated from all the knowledge that like I realized, oh, like, okay, not only it's a growth tidal wave that's about, that's I think is going to run for a while and certainly outpace just about all investments, including S&P 500, etc. Real estate by far, um, or at least it has been for the last 15 years. Um, but it's also just like a better way to manage money. Um, there's just more financial options. It really is like great financial innovation, because without it, we've been stuck in the inflationary monetary policy, um, that's not good for us, because the government can just print money randomly. Let me uh, let me quickly read your comment, Dan. Don, I had to learn the basics a while ago to report crypto and tax. Yes, but the field has exploded since. Yes, it did. I think the NFTs, like you mentioned, there I don't like that field, to be honest, because like just philosophically, you know, um, NFTs are supposed to be like the crypto for arts, but the kind of arts in these NFTs, 99.999% were so horrible and just an insult to actual art that it really was a turnoff. Because a lot of these little things like NFTs, meme coins are infested by just not so much scammers, but there are scammers, but people who have a foresight of like 6 hours into the future only, right? And so, um, I see your comment. Not Mercedes, but Mercedes. Yes, I see the comment. Thank you. I'm glad it's resonating, and sometimes I feel like I'm talking into space. Like when I used to do these calls on a Zoom call, people it was more interactive because people could talk. Here, it's a little bit one-sided, so sometimes I talk and talk and talk. But I'm glad to get your comments to see that it's resonating. Um, but yeah, the NFTs, they really haven't come back, and they really had a horrible crash. One thing that happened is, um, during the Biden administration, and whenever I say Biden or Trump, whatever, it's such a polarizing field that I should mention that we're going to talk just objectively. There's not going to be any preference to either one, just purely objectively, only facts. But during the Biden administration, there was something that they were doing which only came out after this administration left the office, that they were waging a tremendous amount of what what's called today lawfare, right? They were suing the life out of all these companies, and even worse, banks were debanking cryptocurrency founders. So, like for example, because I made my SPRK token, tomorrow I could wake up and my bank would say, "We've canceled your account." And I would say, "What do you mean you canceled my account?" And sorry, I got a message that I in the chat that I read, was trying to read. And the bank would say, "Well, you can no longer bank with us." And then all the banks would say, "You can no longer bank with us." So if I can no longer bank, how can I pay my rent? How can I buy a car? How can I buy food? How can I buy clothes? I can just carry around chunks of cash, right? So debanked. And so they were doing this kind of almost horrible, illegal, maybe unconstitutional, I don't know, thing to cryptocurrency founders and cryptocurrency themselves, like the company Ripple, who made XRP. They were getting sued by the SEC for just a dragged out, super long case that actually now they canceled that case. It was nothing. Um, but there was this whole thing of like artificially keeping down the cryptocurrencies because they really threatened the US dollar, and they really threatened a whole bunch of things. And so because of that, NFTs really, really, really crashed. didn't come back because they really were a ton of hype. They were a good application of cryptocurrency, but just not in the way they manifested. The way they manifested was just a little bit gross. But it was a really good use case, technically speaking. Just execution was way too early. Let me read the comments that I got because I can see the comments, but I cannot stop talking and read them at the same time. So it says, I remember some years ago, you sent a video of you singing one of your songs. Haha, do I have more songs? Yes, I do. Yes, I do have more songs. Let me post my songs. I love this question. And I'm releasing a couple of songs, hopefully in August. I have them ready, just so ready. I just need to like tweak a couple of details on the music video. Let me switch account, post a link to my music. This is the best question. Let me quickly get you the link to that and find you. I made a cool song. Actually, like, I think it actually sounds kind of cool. Like, objectively, I think it worked out. I think it is. So here, I'll post a link. If anybody wants to take a listen, I'll super appreciate it. Javier says, Alex, if you sent you the website, you can recommend. Okay. Let me check my email then. You know, I didn't get an email. Is it to my Gmail? By the way, was this question about my music a sign that you want to change the topic from cryptocurrency to just about anything and like away from the cryptocurrency topic? Or that was a joke, but yeah. Yeah, Javier, I didn't get your email. Let me post my actual email address. Maybe I made a typo. I don't know. One more time. So that's my Gmail. If you can send me your the email, if you can resend the email there. Still didn't get it. Let me check spam. So anyway, spam folder doesn't have it. So, but yeah, where was I? So I think this field of cryptocurrency is going to end up doing pretty well because it doesn't have that negative artificial downward pressure. And so a lot of these things, like were mentioned, right? Like, where is that? The meme coins and NFTs. Yeah, it's meme coins actually like pretty. I wouldn't say it's like a super hot market, but it's a weird market. Like maybe you've seen Doge and Shiba Inu and all these weird like meme coins, but they're like expensive now. There was a. Do you remember this Harambe? Do you remember Harambe, the gorilla, which used to be in a zoo, and then somebody fell, a human fell into that. Oh, Javier, I got your email, and I just quickly I'll do this and the story, and so the human fell into that cage or whatever, the area of the gorilla, and people thought the gorilla was going to hurt that person, and the zookeepers had to shoot that gorilla, and everybody was like, R.I.P. Harambe. This was like a thing on social media. And so somebody made a meme coin, Harambe. I'm going to find it for you. So this is crazy coin. I'm going to show you this meme coin. There's a lot of Harambe coins. because the ticker symbol is not the definitive. Um, like the same ticker symbol can there's like can be 10 different cryptocurrencies. It's not unique. But let me find it with you. Let me share my screen and we'll find that together, because that one is like really expensive now. And then after this, we'll get to your email, Javier. I'm just get myself curious about this. So this is the I searched for Harambe coin, and there's a whole bunch of different ones. So these kinds of ones is like worthless. This one also kind of worthless. This is not the coin. No. But I recall maybe a different one. See, like Shiba Inu coin. It's just like a, that's it. That's all it is. It's just a picture of this little character. And then it's worth, oh, why is it worth so little? Now, this is like a live demonstration, so I'm running into like things that contradict me. So I have to go and check. I could be wrong. Maybe it's a coin that mimics that popular one. I don't know. You see, it is because you can check by, this just got launched in 26th. Like if I go max, oh no, it's one of the real ones because it's actually from 2021. But why is it so little? See, it went up to still, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I've got to research this a little bit more because I'm kind of doing this off the top of my head and obviously not doing a good job presenting the real thing. Yeah. But obviously, like everybody's heard of Doge, right? Now it's 22 cents, which imagine if you made it and it was like a thousandth or a hundredth of a penny or something, or a tenth of a penny, it became 22 cents. So that's a crazy return. But it was a lot higher, I think. See, it's almost got to 50 cents, 41 cents here. This is the time that people thought that Elon Musk was going to do something with it, and Doge was a brand in the government, and all those things. So it went up a lot, but then since then it's been selling. I had it for a short time. I bought it at something like 6 cents, and then I sold it at something like 8 cents. I don't know. I almost didn't make any money. Some, but it's just an example. So that's these things. Javier, let me get your email. And okay, I'm going to post your URL so people can come there and we'll all look together. That's the web address. Let's look together. Is it a company that you're working for, or you're building this, or you building this because you own it? Because it looks pretty established. Is this the right? This is the right place, right? That's funny. Trusted and casually loved. Why not just loved? So it looks like there's like gamification, but how does it rewarding you for casually saving the planet? Okay, how do we do that? So it helps the brands become more eco-friendly somehow. That's actually kind of cool. The first thing I would kind of start doing, at least when I'm like learning about a website, is view source. Then I'll start looking at like the title meta tag, the environmental rewards platform. So there's not a lot of keyword use here. Let's look at the meta tag, meta description. Transforming casual actions into environment impact. Over 2 million users are making a difference. Again, it doesn't look like there's attention to keywords. So what I would do, just for example, like I would go to the Google keyword tool, and then I would actually, let's just sign in and use it together. So here, because I'm sort of new in this field, right? Like I just learned about this website a short time ago. Did they change search terms? Right. So it's under tools, planning, right. They didn't change. Okay, keyword planner. And then you look at keywords, right? So you're like enterprise. I don't know what's going to come out of this, but let's try it. Enterprise environmental programs. Sometimes, because I'm just kind of new to this field, I'll like miswrite and misquote a common term. But every once in a while, what's helpful is that this keyword tool will actually correct me. Here, any of your customers, here's only like 20 people a month searching this. This is actually a reasonable number. It looks small, but it's reasonable because it's enterprise clients. Like one client is huge. So you just need one to be happy. So you would, you would take this keyword, right? And then what maybe you would do is, I wonder if we can ask ChatGPT in a super smart way. What if you take the whole website, and this is just a test to see whether ChatGPT 5 is smart enough, because it's just supposed to be. So we're going to take this website and we're going to tell it this would be kind of game changing if it does really a good job here. So let's see what it does. The least I would want from it is to give me the right phrasing, so I can then put the phrasing into the Google Search Console, the Google keyword tool. I don't know if this is matching your keyword, but at least it sounds like industry stuff. So let's put that in there. Looks like nobody actually searching this environmental impact. Okay, so that doesn't match. So we just go on to the next keyword, ones that look like they're real, like sustainability gamification. This sounds close. Maybe we need enterprise sustainability gamification, but we're close enough. Okay, so this is 10 people searching. So this is the way that I would actually do the keyword research. And from this, I would likely find like one or two keywords that are really kind of juicy that you would want to start targeting. And then you would start to want to look at the pages you're making on your website. Like resources, I see. You can just start a blog, honestly. And you would blog only about topics that are like really good keywords. So I see you have like eco rewards to boost engagement, and it's called eco rewards general. So let me try to put that into the Google keyword tool. It might be too many keywords for it, and it might break a little bit. I know I stopped sharing screen, so I'll just walk you through what I'm doing. But that eco rewards to boost engagement, there's no volume people searching that, just because to boost engagement is a little clunky. But what if it's eco rewards? What is under that? Let me share my screen so I'm just not talking. Share screen. So under equal rewards, also only 20 people. So sometimes I'm sad to see that like ChatGPT didn't send us in the correct direction so much. But well, if you have more time, what you can do is browse this and see if there's um, any of these keywords get close to what your business does. Um, these don't look so great. Do any of these keywords jump out at you that make it seem like they're really relevant for what your business is doing? I'll keep the screen on so you can kind of keep reading it. Pause it for a second. So yeah, Javier. So I would look through those kinds of results and then always check them against the Google Keyword Tool and kind of try to find where is the keyword sweet spot where the people are searching. And if it's just a lot of 10 people search this term, 20 people search this term, that's fine, but you at least can target those keywords with those pages because the clients are very lucrative. But it might mean that SEO, if nobody's searching like this in volume, you still want to do SEO, but it might mean that you have to look for other means of promotion. But I wouldn't conclude that until I really do an exhaustive test and do all the keywords that I think I'm targeting. Let me try to read a little bit in the About page. Just kind of reading the keywords, just give me a second. So it'd be something like environmental games or something similar. It's getting a little bit late, so I'm a little bit brain dead at this point to do this. But you would have to kind of like, let's try it just a couple of times. Like, I don't think environmental games is a good keyword because it sounds like people who would just want to play consumer kind of games, little games on their phone or something. But maybe you always want to get ideas. See, here we have a few ideas. So these games, it sounds like a lot of people searching this, but it could be just people looking for little games. And so you're here looking for ideas. Games for students, that's not what we want. Sustainability games for adults. That would, because you're enterprise, you could actually target this. This would be a good keyword. Again, it's just, you only target it. It's so easy to target a keyword because all you do is just make a blog post about it. Environmental games online, sustainability games. So this kind of can be good. And keywords where they don't talk about sustainability, but still important ones like air pollution, interactive games, same thing, eco-friendly game. And then you would kind of ecological game, which doesn't make sense here, but would be good. So you would sort of go down this list and just keep eliminating ideas until you stumble upon some that you see, oh, they're like a fit for what I'm doing. So let me, oh, I forgot to share my screen the very last time. Yeah, volume is low, but it's going to be low. It's fine because is you're not selling like a socks or anything, right? Everybody needs socks, but you're selling something for companies, and of course it's like not the most important thing for companies. It's just one of the things they have to buy. So of course, like volume will be low. That's fine. The one customer is like thousands of dollars, you know, so it's fine. Those numbers, do you want to like, for example, I'll give you, like, if you search for fart jokes, okay, it's probably like hundreds of thousands of people searching for that a month, but most of them are 9 years old. So how can you make money from that, right? There's a lot of volume. You can make money from ads, but that's the only way, and those ads won't pay so much because the content they're on is like worthless content. So yeah, you can make a little money from big volume, but then one client, enterprise client, could be tens of thousands of dollars, right? Or at least in the four figures, which is way better. So don't look at the numbers like absolute numbers. Look at it like, what is each number potentially worth, and it's a lot. Don says, if Javier's firm is not getting tough enough traction from SEO, would they be a good candidate for using PR outreach through BreezySend? They might. Actually, they might, if they know how to find their target customer. Like on BreezySend, that's a good idea actually, but I don't know exactly. So let's look at BreezySend. So with BreezySend, maybe Javier can chime in for us, because on BreezySend, you see you can search for businesses, like online businesses. And I can make, I kind of already have all other online businesses, right? So, but let's say environmental. I don't know what's going to come out of the search. It might even give a bug. I don't know. But let's see what happens. I should have searched for environment, but because it doesn't auto change spelling or anything. But let's see what happens. Still thinking. Okay. So I've never heard of these businesses before. Some of these don't make sense. The Green Business Bureau, like, sounds like from the government. But the rest, I don't know what they are. It could be like you found a bunch of businesses, okay? And so you send an email, you create an email pitch and send it off. So yeah, it could work. It's probably like hard to do this. It would be good for like blogger outreach, for all that kind of stuff, for publicity. Because one thing that this is good is, yeah, publicity, reaching out to bloggers and influencers. So it could kind of be useful. I don't know if it's good, like useful, like every day kind of useful, but yeah, it could be kind of useful. But it's highly commendable that you think of BreezySend, the thing that I made, for this. I appreciate that. Like, yeah, of course, use BreezySend. Does anybody on the call think that they would want to use the BreezySend tool, or at least try to become a like a beta user? It still works. You can still use it for your marketing. It's just you might encounter some, errors. Does anybody have anything like that where they need to do sales outreach or marketing outreach of any kind? Javier, once you find a good keyword, you just make a page. If you need to target like environmental, like, let's see, why is recycling good, right? Let's say that's your content, that's your keyword. Why is recycling good? Obviously, it's not your real keyword, but let's say you would make a page about it, why recycling is good. And then you would interlink to that page through your other pages, from your other pages, do all the on-page SEO things, and see, Is your page ranking? If not, you try to brainstorm and kind of investigate why. Maybe it's because reason A, maybe it's reason B, maybe it's reason C, something you've never heard of. And so but you just make a page, honestly, targeting that keyword. And the page has to be actually good. Like, it's the era of like just kind of mediocre SEO is just gone. So good page, again, remember expertise, authority, trust. So become a person who the AIs can trust, Google can trust, and underneath is just nothing but AI anyway. So when I say Google, it's just AI also. So that Google can trust you. Um, Google thinks you're expert in your domain, etc. Be active. And so social media now is like important because you got to position yourself as an expert, not just any expert, but one of the top experts. So, but the keywords, honestly, it's way easier. You don't have to use my tool. I mean, I'm happy if you use my tool, but keyword use on page is so much infinitely easier and less tedious than optimizing your page for SEO. Because when you're optimizing your page, it's not that much extra work. Your page is already done. But if you have to get publicity and all that stuff, it's a little time consuming. It's hard. Let me quickly. Ugh. It's almost 2 hours that we're on the call, and it's a little late here. I'm gonna go to sleep soon. I think my body's saying, "Go to sleep." But Javier, email me after. I'll set you up with the tool, and I'll be able to answer a lot of questions over email. That I think now it's just like I think my brain has left my skull, and I'm on like fumes a little bit because it's also just been talking for 2 hours. What I will try to do is do another office hours around this coming Tuesday or something like that next week. And in that office hours, I'm going to talk about. Hopefully, you'll finish the BreezySend, be able to send it, any way you want. Hopefully, I'll finish uh, that cryptocurrency that I made, the metadata for it, so that it can go higher. Because now it's a little hard to buy it because it just doesn't have any image or anything. So, and then all these other things we talked about, I'll set up everything else. What was I talking about? Like, there was a third thing that the app that no, that's not. Anyway, as you can see, your humble host is fading. I'm on the East Coast in the United States. East Coast right now, it's 10:22. So, yeah, but it was a good call. I think usually the way these calls happen is like there's not a gigantic audience in the moment, but when I look back, there's going to be like a lot of replays. So it's like usually like 200 or 300 people over time see these calls. So it's pretty good. Yeah, I need to get some sleep. The thing is that when I sent out that email, it was like I said I go until 10:30. So sometimes people just jump on late, so I'm going to try to stay little after that time, and then I'll hop off. One time I went to after 11, but then not today. By the way, I got a call, not a call, a email. Cool. There's somebody, Ravichandra, ready. I'll answer you as soon as I get off this call. I just can't. But in case you're on this call, let me know, because then you can just chat in here. Because I can't really check my email and answer emails, but I can answer messages in this call. Because I just got from my phone, I got an alert that I got somebody messaging me about the BreezySend thing. So I need a co-host. Did anybody join the calls when I had a co-host? My friend Israel Ironstein. Did anybody on this call was on those calls when I had a co-host? by any chance? And also, I wonder how delayed is the chat, because when I stream this from like a streaming software, which I'm not doing now. Now it's just from webcam. But when I stream from a streaming software, it shows me like there's like a 15%, 15-second or 20-second delay. So at the moment when I say something, you hear it like 20 seconds later or something like that. I don't know. It's hard to test. Gee, thanks. I think I'm staying because we're still hanging out and there's a bunch of people on the call still, kind of. So not like millions, but some. Is there anything anybody wants to discuss? I'll tell you one thing that I want to do. I was planning to make a mobile app with on previous calls I showed the Replit. It's like a no-code solution, like for creating software for you, like basically one of these AI coding assistants. Super cool. You just tell it what you want in English, and it will code that thing for you. So I wanted to build a mobile app, not me build. I wanted it to build a mobile app for me that shows you like for the last like 10 minutes or 20 minutes or 30 minutes, the highest rising meme coins, and explain like, and get AI to explain like why, or if it's good, to give you like some investment information on it so you can decide quickly. I wanted to build an app like that. But the problem is this BreezySend, it took me like way longer to build than I thought it would. So a lot of my projects got kind of pushed down. So that happened. But I think it's kind of interesting. I really every like 2 days out of a week, I get a little bit excited about investing in meme coins, because every once in a while I follow one, and because of the fluctuation of like, wow, if you really just not greedy and buy a little, sell a little, buy a little, sell a little, these things really go up. I was following one and it was like quadruple in a day. I was like, huh, it didn't look so bad. But there's a bunch of scams. If people are watching, I made a video about cryptocurrency, the meme coin scams. Let me find that video because it's also like important on on the other hand. On the other hand of making money, there's also how you can lose money. So I made this video about common meme coin fraud schemes and things like that. So let me post a link to that video. It's kind of cool. At least you should like know. It's good to know like what's, even if you don't invest in that stuff. Here's the link. What should I call it? Meme coin scams. I did have a friend who bought just a little bit of like a meme coin, and then like 4 hours later, that meme coin went to like 0. Hello, Young Guns Hockey. Hey, welcome to the stream. We've been on the call for like 2 hours, but if you like to read a book starting at the end, this is perfect. This is perfect. How did you find the stream? Was it something that like YouTube recommended, or like you were looking for a certain topic? Like we talked a lot about ChatGPT 5 and a whole bunch of other things. ChatGPT 5, yeah. We did a few experiments with ChatGPT 5. It's pretty cool. I'm going to be using it a lot tomorrow. I'll post some videos about it tomorrow of like how I'm using it and how ChatGPT 4 was wrong in some ways. Like there's a big topic about of AI hallucinating, because a lot of times it will just like misguide you and you don't know. It's telling you things that it's like just giving you wrong answers, but people trust it. Like people don't verify. Yeah, huge issue. And I use like a lot of like AI assistants, like Replit, and it's horrible because sometimes it like thinks a bug is caused by something else then it's causing, and it like can't figure it out, and it's telling you all the reasons the bug is happening, but it's not. Um, Hopefully, it will get fixed now. Um, I was actually in the middle of researching a course because if you just joined this stream, like most of the audience here is from my Udemy courses, and I was kind of researching. Like every once in a while, Udemy tells us like what topics are popular, and the AI hallucination was like one of the popular topics. So I was researching this topic, and was just in the middle of like I created like half of it already. So if by and large this gets solved and that course becomes obsolete before I ever release it, on the one hand it's good, there's no hallucinations by AI, or at least minimal, but on the other hand it's bad because it kind of ruins my course. Hey, it's cool to ask questions because like this whole thing is for questions. But AI agents, um, the agents, I made a course about it, and I posted an abbreviated video about it on YouTube here. Let me find you that video. It's kind of like not the full course, but it's free, and it's enough to be dangerous. But yeah, let me get you that link. Yeah, I'll go to sleep soon. I know people are commenting, go to sleep soon. Let's see, agent. Here's the. I'm just getting the link. You can build your own agent, because today you don't write the code. You just tell like Replit, like AI coding assistant, to build something for you. And the main feature is that it just works on your behalf, and it can work like I don't know if you're early enough on this call that you saw the things about that BreezySend tool that I'm building, which is like an email outreach tool. And so an agent can be like in two ways. A traditional software will just tell it, hey, find these people, email them, that's it. But an agent can be like, hey, I need to make 100 sales. Keep emailing everybody you can find until you make 100 sales. And you just let it run, and it only will stop when you make 100 sales. So it basically, you just put whatever functionality you already have in kind of like a loop, almost wrap it in a loop, so it works until it's done. That's kind of the agent, and it figures things out for you, hopefully, and unless it hallucinates. And so you can build it. Another way an agent might manifest itself is like if you, like in that tool, I'm trying to make it so that it takes over an email inbox. So if I say go and make a sale, it won't stop emailing back and forth with the sales prospect until the sale is done or until some sales actual call is handled. Although in the future, the AI might actually talk during the call as well. And it will talk until a sale is made. So that's also an example of an agent. It's really cool in terms of like business ideas online today. It's like one of the more popular and more savvy ones. It's just a matter of finding like a really good use case. Like the BreezySend tool is an okay use case, but it's kind of a traditional use case, just outreach. But I think now, if you just like, spend a little time messing around with it, like new ideas will come to you, which is usually how things work. You kind of start with something basic, build it, and then new ideas sort of come as you're working on it. But the agent itself is like not a very intimidating concept, because if you had to code one, yeah, it would be hard. But now the AI makes it for you. Um, I think there's like enterprise level stuff where people still make their own and create architecture for it, but it's not something that like, I think that would be over my head. And so it's like, but there's a whole bunch of things you can do without that. An agent for accounting in some way. Yeah, actually, in one of the last calls, um, well, I guess you would have to plug in um, one of these. One of the great advantages of these tools is they work really well with APIs. So if you, let's say, were a business owner and you had access to something like financial software, um, like from Intuit or whatever, and then you used your um, agent to talk to the financial software, and being, you can do a whole bunch of things. Like you can actually take out the manual tasks or whatever. I don't know a lot about accounting and finance, but there's a lot of manual things like invoicing, billing. um, and yeah, accounting is just like, I don't know the field, but accounting is actually a really good field in theory, because a lot of tasks are so repetitive and manual that it feels like a field that's ripe for um, agent AI agents, because there's not a lot of new things. Like same things like in 10 years, or similar now with very small differences. Yeah, but then you kind of have to know a field enough to be dangerous. Um, like if you're an accountant, you probably can come up with a bunch of use cases. But if you're like me, not an accountant, like I'm thinking about it at such a basic level that my business ideas for this are not good. Just, they work with like payroll. But if you had an accountant, if you were an accountant or you had an accountant friend, that's a good brainstorm. In fact, what you can build for yourself is, like, for example, um, some accounting software, and then an outreach software, kind of like the BreezySend thing that I showed earlier, but your own, all with coding assistance, all tailored to your needs, and then boom, there you go. Um, Something like that, because you can also do your outreach, and much easier. The reason my software is taking a long time to make is because I have to get permissions for inbox takeover from Gmail and all this. So I have to deal with their APIs. Cool, cool. I'm also like trying to think of new ideas for it, but cool. Thanks for subscribing. Um, and yeah, should we go to sleep, everybody? I will vote, and then nobody else raised their hand because I can't see anyone. All right, one last thing. I'm trying to, I'm trying to get to a certain number of hours on YouTube, because right now I'm just like under 3,000 hours watched in the last like year. And then after that, there's another milestone of 4,000 hours, which is I'm probably going to hit that by the end of September. But uh, if anybody can, I'm going to like log off. But if anybody can keep their stream running that would be awesome, because that will count for the hours. Um, but if you turn off your computer and like at night, or if it's an issue, then don't worry about it. But if you can keep your thing running, that's cool. And I'll just turn the stream off in a couple hours anyway. But it will just help me accumulate some hours. But yeah, with that in mind, thanks everybody for joining, and I'll see you next week. And also, yeah, if you have any questions, email me to my email.